Good morning everybody. Still setting up a bit earlier than advertised, but we've got British Airways on approach. Grateful if folks could confirm on sound. Might be a bit dark for our setup, but well of a play. I must have missed the Finnair arrival. It's definitely not a departure, it's not due out till 8:15, so clearly a late runner. Jet 2 next to go, and then I'll just get my head back under the bonnet and finish setting up. Andy P, Dopey Gorp, good morning to you both, and thank you to anybody and everybody else that's confirmed on sound. Next departure is going to be a Jet 2 to Geneva. That one. Here we go. Rock and roll time. Right, I will just have a quick check everything is doing what it should be doing. First and foremost, I'm just going to set the pole up, the in-stream pole, so do bear with me. We're on to go. It was Finnair, they've gone early. Wowee, Charlie Brown. So we've got sound up. Grateful if folks could confirm they can see the poll. Just going straight to the bottom of the chat for that one. Then we'll open the show up, I think. Where are we? 9 minutes past 8. Not doing too bad in terms of punctuality. Thank you, Dopey Gorp. Roger that, my friend. Let's just power the laptop down then. Save juice. So that's the laptop hopefully done with for the show. Now do bear with me, I'm hopefully not going to disturb anything, just putting the power bank back in the box, as we're going to need that for the camera. Okay. Seems to be as it should be. Right. Okay folks, let's stand by for a bit of action. Good morning and welcome to Edinburgh International Airport on seems to be a sequence of cold days here at the minute, which of course you'd expect nothing less in January. Pretty nippy at the minute. I think Meta had it about -1, which I think that's pretty much what the car said. You can probably see a touch of frost in the foreground. Anyway, well, it's all go. What's happening here? So anyway, well, I was distracted momentarily by a couple of things that were flashing up on me, but no particular drama there. So, hope you had a great weekend so far. Hopefully we'll be able to add to that during the course of the morning show. For anybody that is new, tuning in for the first time, I'm Mark. Absolutely delighted that you're giving us a go. Hopefully you'll enjoy today's show, which should run through till around 12:40. Finale being the Qatar A350, scheduled in for 12:40. Hopefully it won't be later than that. I think power could be a challenge again today. Cold days in electric not mixing. Right, I think that is all I need to cover for the minute. We'll cover some other bits and bobs as we go. So Keith Cornell first in the chat this morning, although Jonathan McD actually technically beat you, didn't he? He was in last night. It makes me laugh how YouTube kind of wipe any pre-show messages. But yes, KC, Chigwell's Finest is definitely #1 in the show this morning. How are you doing? Superstar moderator Dopey Gorp, how are you doing, buddy? Andy P, we've said hi, haven't we, over sound, but hope you're doing well, Andy. Linda Cooper, you can't help, Mark, and worse, the telescope duck has been broken on Friday at Newcastle. Me missing a Logan Air departure. It must have been 50 feet off the floor before I picked it up. Absolutely shameful stuff. No mitigation offered. But on the upside, at least I've broken that. It's not a monkey on my back anymore. Anyway, I hope you have a great morning, Linda. You're going to fly a flag off the roof line for me so I can identify you. So let's drive on down the chat. Good morning, Liz B. How you doing? Lloyd Bell is in the show. Lloyd, I'm all sorted for the React. Can't wait on that one. You pushed me over the edge on the last show. It's been on my bucket list for too many years. Even when Eddie was a boy, I'm sure it was a biennial thing in those days, but we kind of favoured Farnborough over the React, wanting to do both and never quite doing both. Anywho, all good. Tim and Rose, hello to you, buddy. Happy spotting indeed. We've got a decent programme of activity given the fact we are in a winter timetable. Just can't wait till we get the transatlantics back. Looking at Linda's comment as well about planes running a bit early, that does seem to be the pattern. United Airlines came in pretty darned early. They must be parked round the back or the side because I can't see them at the minute. I'm just going to move the camera for you. Let's just give you something else to look at for a few minutes while we cover some of the hellos and everything. Nick Gray, good morning to you, buddy. Hope all is good. Andrew McInnes, hi to you. TAC, top of the morning. Hope you're good. Thanks, Andy P on the poll. TAC, you can see it too. It seems the poll does better if it's opened once live rather than opened before the show, which I used to do for convenience, because obviously the less things you have to do trackside, the better it is, particularly if the weather's tricky. Today it's just going to be a cold day. Chance of rain is 5%, I'm given to understand. So although I've got wet covered, I'm not expecting it. HGC, good morning to you too. Gary Fleming is in the house. How you doing, Gary? Ready for some telescope action? It's possible. Nick Gray's made a dive into the poll. Tough call indeed. We'll do a little bit more on that in a minute. Hey, is that right, Lloyd Bell? A 318? When was that listed? I'm absolutely cock-a-hoop. Oh my lordy-do. I checked the calendar and see if it was April the 1st. When did that change? It was a 319 yesterday. Oh, that's a great result. I didn't think I'd ever see a 318 again. Used to see it periodically, didn't we, at Heathrow? Well. I'm going to call that my plane of the day. If anyone can serve up anything better than that, well, I'm all ears. Wowee, Charlie Brown. Well, add that into the mix. Let's gradually work us around the airfield as we do the chat. Good morning, Kevin Briggs. I don't know if we've met before, Kevin. I'm Mark. Pleased to meet you. Good morning, Rab H. Yeah, battery in the cold is a thing, isn't it? And it's just so inconsistent. So last week I wrapped everything up and it was all right, but I kind of thought, did I really need to wrap everything up? We'll find out today. Couldn't find where I'd put my wrappers. Me to a T. Good morning, John Mackenzie. Good afternoon to you in Hong Kong. With your twin brother, Andy. Good morning, Andy. Or good afternoon, should I say. So you're going to have a lot of fun being identical. Good stuff. And you're all off to Thailand on Saturday. Is that the start of have I got this one right? Chinese New Year? I hope you have a fantastic time. Oh, hang on a minute. Credit card got nicked, no damage done. New one tomorrow. Ooh, hope I've not missed the bit before that. That's not a hands-on kind of street robbery, is it? Or is it more of a sort of being dipped? Either which way, credit cards, as you say, can be replaced. It's the annoyance, isn't it? Do you remember many years ago, I'm talking 20, 30 years ago, there was a lot of publicity given to Brits getting murdered or badly hurt in Florida on holiday, basically fighting to defend themselves from muggings and, car thefts. Bearing in mind, hire car gets pinched, and what? Credit cards get pinched, it's annoying, and what? Travellers' checks. None of those things actually worth being have a go hero over, even if morally you kind of feel that you wanna. Stakes are just too big. Good morning, Tina York. Happy Sunday. What's the weather doing down there? When I left Northumberland this morning, it was proper misty. In fact, flight radar had Newcastle showing as fog. Because initially I thought, hope it's not going to be one of these North Sea har type things. So, what have we got? Plane you're looking at is an EasyJet A320 off to Krakow. John Mackenzie's putting the claim out there to be the more handsome one. I think you're going to have to duel it out with pistols or cutlasses or something. Good morning, RSVP. How you doing? Mizamaz, hello to you, Mizam. Carol Ann is in the show. I'm thinking Texas, if I remember correctly. Definitely USA. Good morning to you, Carol Ann. Hello to Railman. Hope the weekend's been treating you well. So let's just dive back into the chat. Nick Gray talking about the Landor livery being his first BA flight, 747 flight in 1982. Awesome stuff. Oh, hang on. Let's get moving. Yes, of course it is. I think when this is finished taking off, I'm going to have to adjust the scanner. It's too loud in my ear. Very much like it's had a very liberal posing with the ISA. Somebody on finals, so I'll have a quick butchers at that. 29th is the Chinese New Year. Thanks for that, John. Inbound 7:37 from Stansted. Outbound, I can hear, as you will be able to too, this ATR, one of, I think there's 8 turboprop movements during the show. One of those shows that's got plenty of interesting angles to it. We'll do the numbers in a minute. For some reason I can't get flight radar graphics up again. I think it's connected somehow with the new bonding that I've got, because I've never had this problem before. So we've got no radar box graphics. Let's just put the Landor and Co liveries up in relation to the poll in case people want a gentle reminder as to what they look like. Just going to check if we've got the replay on the right calibration. I think we have, near enough. So members, if you're wanting a replay, and assuming check me out with my ears, see the hit replay emoji, I'll try and get on it. You have to be fairly quick, otherwise it overwrites itself. That's the trouble. So, plane you were looking at, going short, and going short to Dublin. Here we go. going to let that go because I can see some blue lights flashing. We'll just have a ride for that for the minute, see what might be causing the interest. They are fueling at the minute, aren't they? So let's just loiter there for the moment. Overcast and 0 degrees with Tina York. Not too different then, to be honest. Mizam, wave from Mark to you. Yeah, looking good, RSVP, excellent. And Mark anyway, just make sure we're all on first name, so to speak. Yeah, I think, Rab, looking at your comment about the scanner, I put in all the frequencies yesterday, but I've only got Tower, and it's not the crispest. I think could probably do with a slightly different aerial, to be honest. But we'll work it out as I go. Time on a tradition. So Ryanair to Krakow on its way out, followed by this EasyJet to Stansted. So the Ryanair in front of it just taking the active as we speak. Terry the artist is in the house. Good morning, Tel. As is Abby Garvey. Hope you are both having a hawking weekend. You got 09s today, Terry. Although I suspect cloud cover won't be anybody's friend today. Good morning, Michelle Johnson. How you doing, Michelle? Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong with the years on the liveries, Nick, but I got it from 2 different sources, so interesting. From what I can make out, British Airways kind of mixed and matched a bit from 1974 onwards with their BA and BOAC liveries, sort of replacing them as they went. Anyway, the choices are definitely the choices. The timeline at my end could be a bit wrong. Let's try and get to the bottom of the chat. Daniel Watkins, hello to you, sir. Yeah, definitely icing conditions, Nick. I feel colder today than I felt last Sunday, and I felt colder last Sunday than I'd felt for a bit here, but it's utterly windless. There is no wind whatsoever that I can perceive. The windsock, which I'm trying to dive onto a windsock. But no work ethic at all. I think if the wind got up, it really would bite. So, track is clear. No runway inspection ongoing. Hello, Lowlander. How you doing, mate? Good morning, Yvonne V. Member of the PSA Crew Lounge for 11 months and our first firework moment of the show. Although it sounds like this one's falling up to go. And we're off. much of this we get. I'm not sure where the ceiling is today. Feels about 2,000 feet by my markometer, although actually oh, there we go. Crikey, he used a lot of track. Got a slight crab on there. Not that there's anything moving at ground level. So, Yvonne V's fireworks, let's do those. Thank you for your support, Yvonne. You're a great friend to the channel. Oh dear. I think the gloves are going to be on. But to be honest, Rab, talking scanners, I'm opposite the tower. I should have a really good signal here, so I think I may not have keyed the frequency correctly. But I'll work that one out. Good morning, Marinella. Omnago in Italy. How you doing, Marinella? Welcome back to Edinburgh. Wow, Rab, 40 years for your scanner. Eddie's one's an antique, but it ain't 40 years antique. We figured it to be about 20 years, give or take. Anyway, we should have a cracking prospect in front of us for today's show. So thank you for joining us here at Edinburgh. We understand that we've got an Air France A318, the super baby bus, inbound later this morning, which will be absolutely fantastic. In terms of action, 62 movements. I think that's what I tallied yesterday evening, and that plays out as 32 arrivals and 40 departures, so plenty of de-icer spray being sloshed about this morning. I did say 8 turboprop movements. It's in fact 9, 8 Aer Lingus and 1 Loganair. They're out to Exeter at about 9:30 or thereabouts. The iconic aircraft of the show will be the United Airlines 757-200, due out at 9:25. The big heavy will be the Qatar A350-900 that we close the show with, somewhere around 12:40. Great if somebody could give me a shout out on current ETA on that one. Special liveries, we've got a couple of those too as well, with a couple of switches and swaps. So Aegean, which I think is very popular in the show anyway as a livery, it's a Star Alliance today. I didn't even know they were in the Star Alliance, so it just shows you every day of school day. And Lufthansa have swapped out the A320 that they had listed yesterday evening for a A319 in Star Alliance. So we get 2 stars today. Let's hope it's a 5-star show and not a 2-star one. No BizJets, sadly, which nearly brought a tear to my eye. You know I love a BizJet. But yeah, looking good. Norwegian is going to be the UNICEF livery rather than the much beloved Freddie Mercury, but that's just the way it is. So that's that one covered. Of course, Pegasus, seemingly a cult plane in its own right on this show, is an A321 today. So a number of A321s in the show. We've got Jet2's Lanzarote flight, which was due to go at 8:15. I forgot about that fire truck, but it's still in attendance actually. They've just switched the blues off. Let me just put the camera back on that. So this is or would have been the Lanzarote flight. Whether they've got a fuel spill issue. We will see. Oh no, what's all this yellow about? Yvonne V, don't get in with these bad lots. Doping up, Gary Fleming, Rab H, incorrigibles. Good morning, Mary Brock. How you doing, Mary? And Gartley as well. Hello to you both. I just can't believe I'd failed to... That might... Looking at Keith Cornell's comment with Tower. 118.705. I'm pretty sure I got this off the internet yesterday and it was 120. I'll have to have a look. I'm really useless with the scanner at the minute, so it's not one of those things I want to spend much brain power on when I'm live. I'm kind of having to educate myself as I go along. I used to get Eddie to do all the scanner work back in the day. Smashing piece of kit though, so I will get there with that. It all fell into my lap at Newcastle. Not quite so much here. I keyed in tower, approach, ground ops and de-icing services last night, but I obviously didn't save them correctly because the only one I'd got was the tower. But it's not quite right, so I think, Keith, I'd got a little bit more work to do with that. Although I've put it on open scan, it should pick the tower up that way, shouldn't it? Actually, no, it has picked the tower up. 118.7,000 it says here. So as always folks, gentle plea on likes. Getting those likes on the clock early for the show really does help. Really does help. Every plane I'm looking at the minute seems to have orange on it. Let's look at that one for the minute. One you are looking at off to Belfast, an A320. Right, do us a favour Terry, if you wouldn't mind, just share the details with me on Facebook with the aerial, because I've seen a few folks have said that a better aerial goes a long way. I think when the show's finished and I'm having my lunch in the car, I'm just going to tweak the other frequencies back in again and check I'm happy with them. There's only so many things this old geezer can concentrate on at the same time. Anyway, back to the Mary Brock. Member for 1 month. I was going to say back to the chat, but my frozen face ain't moving properly. I'm doing well, my sweetie. All good. You've got your tea on? Excellent. Of course, you're a long way ahead of us. Let's do Mary's fireworks. Hopefully the first in many months with plain sailing aviation. And we're off. that's a new one, I think. For me anyway. G-Sun M. Another A321. Is this G-Sun O? Oh no, it's not, is it? It's another 321. It's got that unfinished look. Don't worry, Michelle, this scanner is a superb acquisition. It will just be a case of me. I saw some more blue light flashing going on there. Oh, it stopped. There you go. Good thing I'd imagined it, but we'll stay here. Thank you, Keith. I'll have a butchers at all of this stuff, like I say, when the show finishes. So it's not something I want to start fiddling around with when I'm live. There's too many moving parts for one chap, as it is, I guess. So Marinella flies by EasyJet, Milan to Edinburgh. I think that's due in around 10 o'clock, is it not? Let's just pick up the EasyJet Belfast flight. I'm making my EasyJet debut in the summer when I go to the Royal International Air Tattoo. I am taking EasyJet from Newcastle to Bristol. Flight made sense relative to what it would cost in petrol and everything. Cannot wait for that. I may mention it repeatedly in the next 6 months. I'm a kid at heart, you see. How's it going, Paul Clark? Hope you're doing well, mate. Looks like the fire truck is released. Just going to move the microphone somewhere slightly different. I realise it's making a bit of rustling. Certainly not me eating. Sunday Lloyd, although I'm going to be going down on the Saturday, plan to go to Kemble. Might be the only way I get to go on a 747. And plan to stick around on the Monday and see what I can do in terms of departure action. So that was pretty much inspired by your tip, really, mate. So let's get the graphic up for the tails. Just seen Rab's comment. So this is for today's poll. The World Images one, for those who wonder why I selected that one, is the Denmark one. Wings, I believe it's called. I couldn't quite extrapolate wings out of that particular artwork, but I'm no art critic, as we know. Good morning, Ash Watts. Coffee this morning. It must be there by now. Monday Ash. It's definitely in the post. Although some of the sort of postage times have been really inconsistent. Stuff going south don't seem to do as well as stuff going north. Hang in there anyway, hang in there. can see the Pentland Hills today as well. I don't think we're going to see anything of the sun. Yeah, Lloyd, the weather's the thing, innit? I mean, honestly, I'm 59. I've been wanting to go for more years than makes sense. Never quite got round to it. Often I just don't get my act together. I mean, for those who've been before will know it's not cheap. The ticket was about 75 quid or something like. And that's not a special ticket or anything. Nick Gray, your point about the Chatham Dockyard livery, kind of, it's a good one, and it's spawned really from the in-show poll that we did on Friday at Newcastle. So that was a very, very basic, is it time for a change? Because whereas, let's just get in close. It's getting close and personal. It still looks smart, can't get away from that, but is it stale? I mean, the poll went 2/3 basically in favour of change and 1/3 in favour of keeping it. And to be honest with you, mainly because I'm a restless soul, I want to see a new one on it. But when these planes are clean, it still looks smart, doesn't it? It's an interesting one. So Rab is Landor. I am too, I think. Of the 4 on the screen. I've got something else to show you later connected with this. Out of curiosity, if somebody could just let me know, they don't have to give me the scores for all, but who's actually winning at the minute, because that's a point of interest to me. I've got a feeling the World Images ain't going to be the winner. It drew a lot of controversy at the time, didn't it? Oh, talking of controversy, Tony Rivers is in the house. Good morning, Tony. Hopefully, Tony at home, not Tony at work. Due a bit of downtime, mate. Just having a quick look over towards the freight park. So, Loganair ERJ 145. Can't be sure if it's the one that caused me to telescope on Friday at Newcastle, but who knows. The usual brace of West Atlantic freighters and the ASL freighter that is pretty much regular here. There's our pink Bowser. It's a desert from a BizJet point of view, isn't it? I mean, literally nothing. Mind you, if you said to me, have a BizJet free show and you can get an Air France A318, I'd snap your hand off for it. Snap your hand off for it. Keith Cornell, I'm on a budget. That is why I'm not going to be going for the 747 hotel cockpit room. It's proving to be a more expensive trip than I initially imagined when you start to add the nuts and bolts up, but you know, stuff like that is just too much fun not to do. So it's not a channel type activity per se, although I might do a live stream on the Monday with the departing stuff if I manage to get myself into an advantageous spot. I've always wanted to go to Kemble, and the Riat, as discussed, is just, well, it's a magnet, isn't it? It is a magnet. So what I've got here, EasyJet to Bristol. I was talking about Bristol, weren't I? An A320 Neo, 6 years of age. Got somebody on finals. I'm trying to think who that might be at this particular time of day. Still out at sea at the moment. British Airways inbound from Heathrow, of course. Paul Clark's question about Edinburgh being resurfaced, I don't know if it's been answered yet in the chat. I'll probably get to it in due course. I'm sure I saw something where they've kind of committed to some kind of programme of rolling renewal. I haven't seen anything that they're going to do it, say, like Newcastle are currently in the process of doing runway and taxiways. I think they're supposed to finish that around March time, if memory serves. I don't think what's been envisaged here constitutes a full renewal. I think it's over a couple of years or something. I stand to be corrected. Lloyd says, Landor, hands down. Yeah, it's class, isn't it? Class. Oh, Michelle, you're for World Images. Mind you, you've got a lot of artistic talent, haven't you? To be fair, I meant to look up how many there were in the World Images and just have a better choice. In the end, I just went for one that looked middle of the deck, really. There's quite a lot of those World Images just seem a bit abstract, don't they? So, but there's a cracker, which I'll show you in a bit, which, yeah, definitely worth a share. It'll be familiar to some of you, no doubt. So good morning to anyone that has just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. If you don't know me, I'm Mark. Thank you for spending some time with us. Hello, Martin Ferry. Top of the morning to you. -4 with you and very frosty. Well, it looks to me like the tinge of frost has largely disappeared here, certainly where I'm standing. It's supposed to get up to about 5 degrees by the time we clock off, around 12:40 or thereabouts, but no prospect of sunshine. Carol Ann likes the ATC tower. Tell you what, Carol Ann, especially for you. I like this one too, although I like it even better when it's lit up purple. There you go. We'll go straight back to the departing plane momentarily. Good morning, Sue Cruz. Hope you're keeping well. I think it'd be quite neat, wouldn't it? We've talked before that BA could do more with special liveries. They've got a couple of crackers, haven't they? But, you know, if they were to use some of the other ones at their disposal, they really could make a splash. Keep the Chatham dockyard look if you want, but, you know, give us some BOAC. They've got the rights as well, property rights to BCAL. You know I'd like that one back, and I know I'm not alone on that score. Good morning, Audrey McDonald. Is it still misty in Northumberland? Anyway, I hope you're keeping well. Looks like we've got Jet2's A321 Neo on the push. Got something going on there as well. And its sister A321 also boarding, although I can't remember where that's due to go. I know one of those two is going Tenerife. I think, Ash, what's going back to how much there is to see at the Riyadh, I want to come away thinking I need to come again. Then you know you've had a good time, don't you? You really do. In the end, I decided it was a fairly easy investment to make, because I was thinking of trying to get down to Leicester to watch Leicester City towards the back end of the season. If I could finish the season now, I'd finish it now, and that's for Leicester in the bottom three. But if you know you're going down, you know, you may as well bite the bullet and, you know, why draw it out as a slow death? So yeah, spend the money elsewhere. Landor ahead with 36%. Thanks, Rab. Ross Leach, good morning to you. Another fan of Landor. You see, BA, any of the marketing team were watching the show, they'd be thinking, well, Friday, people really, you know, didn't really go for the current Chatham livery. Time for a change. A decent body of support, but time for a change. And then they've actually got a livery that if you actually put it back on the planes, it would go well. And it can't be any of this old boo-hockey about not wanting to have a British flag on a plane or something, because the Chatham look is an extrapolation of the Union flag, isn't it? So it can't be that. Of course, money's not to be ignored. Ooh, Linda says the world images in second. That does surprise me. It shows you can't second guess these things too much. Although these days I second guess little. Good morning, Jonathan McD. Officially the first post on the show. I saw your post yesterday evening. How you doing, Jonathan? Right, so inbound, we've got Aer Lingus, or more accurately, Emerald Airlines, their wet lease partner. Inbound from Belfast, departed 35 minutes ago, an ATR 72-600, 11 years of age, currently over the Firth of Forth, loitering just below 1,500 feet. In terms of next departure, the plane you were looking at is in fact going to Lanzarote. Was due out at 8:15. I've got a hunch they may have had a small fuel spill, noting there was some refuelling going on and a fire truck in attendance for a bit. Let's have a look at our Loganair under tow. Taking the dog for a walk. That's what it says to me. A real bird song today, which is unusual. I suppose they're having a lie in, it is Sunday. So our 321 is moving. I'll have a piece of that as the ATR gets into the final stages of finals. We'll have a look at the replay, shall we, on this one. There goes the replay. I think we've got it in the right place. Mary Brock, of course you can ask a question. Good morning, Alan Ray. How you doing, pal? Well, well, well. I see something green and superb. Jonathan McD gifted a membership, which has gone to Mark Purdy. Hoping Mark's in the show. It's always nice to reward people that are actually with us. But fantastic support from another great friend of the channel, Jonathan McD. Let's do the fireworks first. Looks like we've got a runway inspection ongoing. Hello to Mick Doherty. How you doing, Mick? No, Mary, if it's this Mark, Mark lives near Newcastle. Not your Newcastle, our Newcastle. All right, lined up, ready to go. Hold on to your hat. You wouldn't want to be in the slipstream of that, would you? So what we've got here, another Jet 2. Just been pushed. Morning.
Morning.
This one off to, I can't even see it on my flight radar. Hello, Wilma Harper. If you're talking about the Jet 2 with just the blue tail fin that we've just waved off, what's an unusual shot? Let me just, looks like Ryanair's been towed by the two ops vehicles. Can't see a rope. I think I'm going to have to refresh flight radar because I can't see that aircraft on either. By jingo. Right, I'm going to have to go for my gloves.
Get lost in it.
Beautiful. I've just been shown a super clip of an overflight at a low pass at Lossiemouth, the Typhoon, the kind that will blow your hat off.
I was up when they went to that red flag there away.
Oh yeah. The exercise.
Aye, 6 of them, 6 Typhoons and the big fuel tank, I can't remember what it's called. And they came out of the
Beautiful.
Oh, that there is.
Good camera on your phone as well. Now, I've still got nothing showing for this aircraft. Folks at home, can you see this on your flight radar? No, Nick Gray's not got it. So the west of the Atlantic, not picking it up. Good morning, Brian Pounder. How you doing, Brian? I've just realised we've passed 100 likes. Sorry if I've missed the message on that one. Awesome stuff, folks. We'll do a quick peal of fireworks to celebrate the moment. That's for 100 up. So, gentle plea for anyone that's just joined the show. Likes do help us a lot. Once you're live, it's all about how many likes you pump out, and it goes a long way. It really does. This has appeared on flight radar for me now. That's nice. I've got it set in Sunday mode. This one is off to Santander. 737-800, 17 years of age, and it's rolling. Hello to Chris O'Connor and Bjorn as well, our friend in Greenland, Nook in Greenland. Anyway, welcome to you both. Keep still. This A320-200, 22 years of age, off to London Heathrow. No surprises there. Looks like Jet2 are on the move, and United Airlines are now transponding for their 757 departure to New York, Newark. So if you like your 757s, stay tuned, because you're going to get one very shortly. It's actually due out at 9:25, so it's nicely ahead of the curve. The Jet2 you're looking at, off to Fuerteventura. Next arrival looks like an EasyJet from Gatwick, an A319 coming our way, having departed Gatwick 50 minutes or so ago. Catch you later, Tony Rivers. Have a good day, buddy. That's not a today thing, is it?
No, that was
Nah, I've not seen that.
Thursday.
Good morning, Paul Forrester and Mohawk, Scotland. Hope you're both doing well. Kiwi Cat 13 is in the show too. I can't remember if it's one or two kids. I think it's just the one, isn't it, that had the biopsy. I hope that cat's not too stressed from the experience. And with you, Mohawk, going to be a sad day when we lose the 757. I bet it's going to be chock-a-block here for that moment. Chock-a-block. If you extrapolate the interest in the Jet 2 757s leaving service at Manchester, I think the United Airlines 757s at Edinburgh are equal, at least, of that kind of level of interest. Just a view. Just such an iconic aircraft. And let's face it, aircraft ain't generally being, I don't know, there's a lot of blandness, isn't there? The A321 is probably a great example of one which is going to grow and dominate the market. But is, let's face it, nothing special to look at. Don't get me wrong, I love the A350 in particular, but A340, another cult plane disappearing from the skies at a rate of knots. Excellent, Akira Cat 13. Too Thick DZ, hello to you. Happy plane spotting at Edinburgh for you. So if you're watching the show and you fancy giving a view on British Airways and the liveries that they've had since British Airways was incorporated back in '74, we'll put the graphic up in a minute just as a quick reminder. That's today's poll. There's the Chatham look. Not quite get the London look, is it? But get the Chatham look. So there you go. That's really what we're voting about today. Choice of 4. It's like Jet 2 are stepping forward. That'll be the Fuerteventura flight, won't it? Tucked in behind is Lauda Air with their A320 inbound from Vienna, so we've got to get moving. Look pretty heavy to me. The Cat 13 Dreamweaver has just lit my screen up green. Green is the dream. Gifted us very kindly a membership to support the channel, and that went to Jules. Excellent. Thank you so much for your support, Cat 13. Let's do the fireworks. Mohawk, it's chilly, mate. Yeah. I reckon it feels colder than last week, and it felt cold last week. But to be fair, coated up, hatted up. The only thing I've forgotten is my balaclava. Hope I've not left it in a bank somewhere. Let's have a look at that one again. Have we got a bit of movement in front of me with the Jet 2 A321? Might have just been an illusion. I think we're going to go with British Airways and their departure. Ooh, what a planes and trains moment that was. So in terms of the weather, no wind here whatsoever. Visibility according to Meta, 10 kilometres plus. It says -1 here, but that can't be right. Let's just refresh the page. Ain't -1 anymore. I suspect it's around 2 degrees, something in that region. Ceiling at 2,000 feet. I think I was saying earlier on I thought 2,000, didn't I? Guesstimation west. This was nearly the thumbnail for today's show, funnily enough. Oh, hang on a minute, what the devil's that? Martin F. What can I say, mate? Thank you so much. That is really, really generous. In fact, I'm all over the place now. 5 gifted memberships to the show. What a friend you are. Thank you. And of course, everything we take in goes entirely on content. Not one penny piece in my back pocket or Eddie's. It's entirely on content. We'll do the fireworks in a jiff as soon as louder air slows down. I'm almost wheezing trying to keep up with it. So these fireworks are for Martin F. Thank you, mate. United strolling interview, just like you do on a Sunday morning. So, here's the iconic plane of the show. That's a bit of a logjam, isn't it, really, there at the minute? 3 into 1, that's the illusion that you're getting. So you've got those memberships. Robert D, Jimmy Jazz. Jimmy was in the show on Friday. In fact, Robert was too. I wish I could fly. Oh, I can't sing, can I? That's one of my New Year's resolutions. Incidentally, although I'm not singing on the show, I'm finding that's transferring into singing more at home. Mrs. PSA very kindly pointed out that she prefers the sound of the vacuum cleaner to me singing. I suppose it could have been worse, it could have been the washing machine. Kelly Grimesy, Caitlin, and is that the 5 or is there one more? That is the 5, isn't it? Well, welcome to all of you. And hello to Steve Beakhouse 78. How you doing, my friend? Oh, I used to love those tridents with the BA, you know, like Union Jack splashed down the side. Gorgeous. Look at this, just sublime. I find myself thinking, when they do get round to cracking on proper with the 797, which apparently is the aircraft that will, if it gets the full distance, replace the 757, or certainly compete with the A321 XLR, what will it look like? Will it look like something distinct and different? Or will it be like a Max 11 or something, a Max 12? Designers love stretching their creations, don't they? So, plane of the day says Rob H for our 757. It's plane of the day with me for the minute, but if Air France are putting a A318 our way, I'm going that way. Because you know I've got a soft spot for the Air France livery. When I say a soft spot, big marshmallow kind of soft spot. Good morning, I wish I could fly. Excellent news, you getting a membership. Thanks for joining us. I don't know if you caught introductions earlier, but I'm Mark, so my pleasure to welcome you to the channel, and indeed everybody else that is on a gifted membership. But I don't think we've said hi before, whereas I recognise some returning members as well amongst today's giftees. Here we go, RB211 time. the Sun M on its way out. Seeing if I can get hold of that 757, but we might get it over the treetops. No, it's in the clouds, I think. Oh, there it is. Might as well be in the clouds. Couldn't resist it. Probably should have. Yeah, Caroline, Newark is where that is going. New York, Newark. Not Newark in Nottinghamshire. Good morning, David Stewart and Paul Forrester. How you doing? Exactly as Paul Forrester says, New York. So we're not done yet though with iconic action of that A318. Can't wait for that moment. We've got the A350 in at the back end of the show and a couple of Star Alliance liveries, the first of which shows up at 11:05 with Aegean, Lufthansa in at 12 with theirs, and plenty of other stuff as well. So it's a very decent bag today. Good morning, Ross McNeil. Don't think we've said hi this morning, Ross. If we have, it's my poor memory. So I mentioned the fact I'm adhering to a no sing zone on shows. That was one of my resolutions. It's my solemn duty to report that one of the other two has bit the dust. And that is the no chocolate thing. Yeah, a weekend after the show on Friday. It was Friday, so I thought I'll buy myself a crunchie. They reckon most resolutions bite the dust by the 15th of January. At least I managed the 17th for that one. I'm still getting out for my 3 mile a day walk on days when I'm not streaming. So that one's still live. So two out of 3 ain't bad, is it? What is it, the 19th today? Hello, Brandon Wallace. And thank you so much for super chatting, super stickering us. Hang on, we'll do that in a minute. We'll put some fireworks on for you in a second, Brandon. Thank you, mate. Seeing plenty of A321s in the show. Plenty. Pegasus bringing one of those in as well. They're due in at 11:05. It's my sad duty to report. Michelle, no Linda today. Poor old Linda's working, so I think the next Mark and Linda show is something like the 9th of February. So let's do Brandon's fireworks before I forget what I'm doing. Brandon, these are for you. Ooh. Yeah, Mohawk, it was a no chocolate, trying to lose a bit of weight around the middle. So I'm not a heavy unit or nothing, but I do have a bit of trouble sometimes accumulating where I don't want it. Anyway, I thought that would be quite an easy thing to do if I really tried hard. Turns out, not so easy. It was just one of those things after the show I thought, do you know what I really fancy? A bar of chocolate. Well, a crunchie. Ash, catch you later, buddy. You sound like you've got your work cut out. Yeah, a valeter with a dirty van. That's an interesting look, isn't it? Very interesting look. Good morning to Lottie Lou. How you doing, Lottie Lou? Six more likes for the 150, so we are bearing down on that. So if you've yet to hit a like and you're enjoying the show, please do drop us a like. Makes a major difference with YouTube, as I think most of the community know. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Right, let's just stay with British Airways. So I'm going to do this sequentially, otherwise I'll forget what I'm doing. So, as you know, we've got a poll on going at the minute. Which of the British Airways liveries do you like best? Everything from the Negus livery, introduced after BA was incorporated, through to the Landor livery that followed it, World Images, and on to today's Chatham Dockyard. However, when I was looking at the World Images, I discovered one which I thought looked pretty good. So most of them look a bit scrambled for me, not being I'm a bit of a Philistine really, but this one was a spot on one. I would have put it in the poll, but I think it would have won the poll, and I thought that's tilting the odds because it's not really representative. So what do you reckon to that beauty? So this is the Bennyholm Tartan, Scotland's World Image. So the one in the poll is the Danish one. This 747-400. I mean, you see shades of Logan Air there, don't you? I love it. If that was in the poll, I'd be voting for that. Not sure if the blue underbelly quite looks right there, if I'm honest, but if you drive past that on a tail, not too shabby. I wonder where Logan Air's designers got their style cues from. Although I don't know how long Logan Air have been operating. So anyway, by the by, I'm being flippant. Anyway, just out of curiosity, I wondered where that plane got to. So that is, or was, G Docker Golf Delta Oscar Charlie Alpha. Anyway, it now this isn't the same plane, by the way. I couldn't find that plane in its new image, but it's now working as a freighter with a lower air cargo, excuse me. I'll tell you what, if that plane turned up here today, that would be my livery of the day. All ends up. It's a belter. I think it was converted somewhere around 2017, but I'm just talking off the top of my head now. Don't want to forget that one. Let's see what folks have got for breakfast. I can hear an ATR. I can see an ATR. You'll see it too. So if you've just joined the show, welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark. If you knew that already, welcome back. If you're hearing it for the first time, thanks for giving us a spin. Good morning, Giant Coin Stacks. How you doing, pal? Hope you are keeping well. See you next time, Carol Ann. Thank you so much for watching us. So this ATR is wending its way back to Belfast. Very short, I reckon. Oh, look at you, Ross Leach. What are you doing in Paris? Sightseeing, business? I think the forecast is fairly steady, is it not, for the next few days? Cold, but I think it's going to move into wet and windy as the week goes on. Although there's that much clickbait spamming rubbish going off about snow risks and blah blah blah. But I don't think any of that's going to play out. Good morning, Sandra Pollock. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark Sandra. EasyJet next plane you are going to see, currently arcing round over the further Forth to get onto its glide scope for arrival here into Edinburgh. All looking good. Where was I going with this one? Ooh, our A318 running behind schedule. Should have departed 50 minutes ago. Do you reckon they had to get the dust sheets off everything and, you know, was it mothballed perhaps? Now, I was going to say with British Airways. Did folks catch anything about they had some kind of IT outage on Friday, and my homepage, because obviously it knows I'm interested in plane stuff, lots of links to stories about the fury of passengers who couldn't check in online and all the rest of it. And if people in the show know any of this for certain, please do sing up, because I don't. But from what I can work out, they defaulted to their manual procedures and printed people's boarding cards out and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think they ended up with significant delays. Of course, am I wrong with that? I had a good look around on that. I could find lots of stories saying people were angry about it, but much less in terms of quantifying it in terms of the number of flights that were cancelled or significantly delayed. It's one of those things where I kind of think the media now latch onto everything. I mean, it's a bit like if a plane gets hit by lightning, isn't it? Bam, it's a story. And yet, planes getting hit by lightning is a pretty routine occurrence from what I understand. Poll is getting interesting, says Gary Fleming. Which way is it rolling? I can't see it, you see. Do tell. Oh, so Les Donaldson's in the house as well. I didn't think I'd see you today, Les, being one of the Falkirk Ultras, and you got a fixture at 12 o'clock. It's a home one though, isn't it? So, although if you're Leicester City, home advantage doesn't do much for you. Yeah, looking at Jonathan McDee's comment, I honestly think journalism is getting so lazy. I mean, I wonder how much of this stuff is written by AI anyway. And I have to be honest, the snow stuff I try and avoid these days, unless I'm thinking it might impact on a potential show that we're doing. And then you click on it and discover that it's an elevated snow risk in Greenland or somewhere. So, oops, crikey, what happened there? Inbound from Luton. I can hear another ATR. That must be Logan Air's Exeter departure. And so it is. The only Logan Air turboprop you're going to see in the show, I think. Hello to your local Scottish Thearian. Hello to you. Going short. That's just me taking a picture as it's offering itself up. Might make a nice thumbnail, that. And a banker bet. Or a nice picture for the estate agents. Buy this property and look at the views you get. One more picture, I think. So the screen will have frozen a little bit. Now I'll stop. Here we go. Hold on. God bless you, Yvonne V. I've just seen your, let's call it, not emoji, thumbnail, chat thumbnail. 5 gifted memberships. You're such a great friend to us. Awesome stuff. We'll do some fireworks celebration in a jiffy. That is awesome support. Didn't catch all of that, but it sounds like the inbound EasyJet from Milan, which is Marinella's plane, has just been given permission to land. So, fireworks for Yvonne V. Let's do it now. Thank you, Yvonne. Oh, I suppose I ought to have a drink of water. So who got these 5 gifties? That is the question, isn't it? So let's have a look. Ian SR20. So that's the first one. Kevin Duckers. Heathrow Live. We know Heathrow Live. Mark H and Lisa G. Welcome aboard, one and all. By Jingo, this water is chilly. Tell you what, diverting as I often do from point at hand, I was talking about resolutions and my lapse on the chocolate front. Anyone in the show doing dry January? Sort of alcohol abstinence? Out of curiosity. There was something else that popped up on my screen people might see it on their own. There's this YouTuber, V-Graphs, that do a number of quite eye-catching graphs for different things, tracking progress over time. Like, for example, the growing and shrinking of the Roman Empire, British Empire, all kinds of stuff. Mobile phone manufacturers, market share, you name it. Anyway, they had one up for beer consumption per capita. And the latest year they had, it's going to turn us on to BA, it's starting up. So, beer drinking statistics per capita. Who would folks imagine to be the country with the highest beer drinking consumption in the world? Good morning, Sophie L. You're going to love the Air France arrival today. We've got a super baby bus, A318, coming your way, or our way. Hello to Reese Turner. How you doing, Reese? I'm Mark. Yeah, I'm with you, Rab. Lukewarm water is not great most of the time, although actually, curiously, on a cold day I quite like it. Come summertime, it's vile. So Rab's always dry. Let's see if anyone is. Yeah, Michelle, I've managed to check, there's no ice in this. Yeah. To be fair, it's warming up nicely. Keith Connell's got his own take on dry January. Giant coin stacks, almost doing until Friday the 24th of January. Oh, where are we now? Close enough, Sunday the 19th. Hang in there, buddy. Yeah, Les, plane of the day, we're on the same page. And hi to Dean Stringer. And no, not the Belgians. It's a shame LW's not in the show. I think she'd be surprised by this. So no, it turns out the top beer consuming nation per capita, per head if you will, is the Czech Republic. In fact, let me just check my notes. I know it's the Czech Republic, followed by Austria. Then I did a bit of fact checking, and then there seems to be a bit of, depends where you look, you get slightly different rankings for the top 10. But no, Belgium, 26th. The home of Stella Artois, 26th. UK, 23rd. Australia, 17th. USA, 20th. And one for John Mackenzie, Hong Kong, 49th. But the one that really caught my eye, seemed to be a statistical outlier, was Namibia, the only African nation in the top 20. Curiosity. Anyway, that's a random stat today. I didn't go fishing for that one, it kind of fell in my lap. Although I have subscribed to V-Graphs now, because I just find them quite therapeutic to look at. It's like looking at tropical fish. Hound of the Baskervilles in the background. Sounds like the paper boy might be getting a tough time with it. No dramas. Did I see that was an Austrian registered EasyJet? I thought I saw OE prefix in the reg. sea of orange at the bottom of the chat. Rab H, Kiri, Cat 13 Dreamweaver, and Les Donaldson turning that screen orange. Good morning, David Smart. Yeah, not bad, mate. All good. All good. I always say this, and I mean it sincerely. When I'm down at the airport, it's kind of like sets you free. Can't explain it. Anyway, I'm keeping well. How's you? So you've been for a swim? In relation to the poll, Landor can't be beaten. I think from what I'm following, and that's my personal view too, yeah, that seems to be the way to go. I think Concorde qualifies anything, doesn't it, as exceptional. I bet you could put my ugly face on the tail of a Concorde and, well, it wouldn't be a lovely image. Oh no, actually that's not the right read across, is it? Let's not put my mush on a Concorde, it would be sacrilegious. I guess what I'm trying to say is that that plane looks good however you do it. Beauty is beauty. I think this might be 321 Neo. Some streamers. Tell you what, there's some chain smoking behind the bike sheds there. Thank you, Linda Cooper, for confirming the A318 is in the air now. Just the job. Plane of the day is en route, folks, and remember, you've got a couple of Star Alliance liveries coming your way. Aegean at 11:05, Lufthansa at 12 o'clock with their Frankfurt flight. So next inbound is a Flying Dutchman. Inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol, we have a 737-800. Haven't got visual on it yet. BA taking the active, so let's get on it. For anyone new to the airport, we are running runway 24 today. The wind started out southwesterly in theory. There is no wind strength, but that is the indicative direction, transitioning to a west southwesterly apparently as the show progresses. But as I say, not windy. Michelle, I hope it's not the local creme. It's been a bad winter if it is the local creme. What I think on as we track back up with this British Airways arrival, there was a question, wasn't there, in last week's show about the differential in capacity between the A321 and the A320. I think it was your question, was it not, Michelle? It sticks in my head. I did a quick look this morning. Got inconsistent answers on this because apparently the A321 holds, I think, up to 220 people in a single class format, which of course British Airways don't use. So from what I could work out from from their seat plan this morning, and it was 4 o'clock in my defence. 186 seats on the A321neo as configured for BA, compared with 156 seats on the British Airways A320neo, so a differential of 30. This aircraft being about 23 feet longer. If I've tallied the seat plan up incorrectly, I'll print a copy off and I'll have to eat it. So you get 23 feet more plane, 30 more seats on it. I understand we are David Smart, the KLM A321. They've had at least 2 delivered to my knowledge, but I did pick it up from somewhere, the suggestion that it was going to be a dark o'clock type debut at Edinburgh. I hope I'm wrong about that. I enjoyed that wheelie. Let's just check the replay out. Yeah, that's a decent effort. Good morning, Lisa G. How you doing? Oh, Lauder's on the move. So that's where we're going to wedge ourselves for the minute. That's an interesting registration. Keith Cornell, the Air France A318, Foxtrot Golf Uniform Golf Oscar. See, Fuggo is what I'm seeing there. Good morning, Scottish Linda. How you diddling? Got the brew on? Excellent. You just got to say it how it is. Just bogging. That's a new one to me. Hope you're doing well. Just bogging. That doesn't sound complimentary, does it? I know it's not meant to be. So we've got a standoff here. Let's have a look. Yeah. Who's giving way? Come on. Who's budging? I think we'll just hold there for the minute. So what? Come back to them in a jiff. 180 likes up. 180. Thank you, folks. 20 more for the double 100. Smashing if folks that have yet to exercise their mandate could give us that love. In the meantime, we'll find our Lauda departure to Vienna. Martin Ferry, see you next time, buddy. Next time for us will probably be Friday at Newcastle. That's the provisional plan. Probably a good moment to mention that. But of course we'll put a post out, etc. As always, folks, if you hit the notification bell, most of the time it works. Tell you what, something that surprises me. Here on Almond Bank, I've noticed in recent weeks mole hills. You know, like if you get further back into the trees, there's loads of them. It looks like they're working their way along. They must have some digging power. I've got the idea that there's an awful lot of brick ends under here. Of course I don't know that, but I just have this sense that there's a lot of hard material under my feet. Hello the Kurd, welcome to you in Kurdistan. I'm Mark, my pleasure to meet you. Thank you, Keith Cornell. Just spotted the update on the Air France registrations. Here we go. We're moving. That's just me taking a picture. I didn't quite catch it right. Fortunately, when you're taking stills with the camera, it doesn't do a burst. So there you go. Probably been better just filming a short clip and taking the still from that. Anyway, that's the next one going. Ooh, Brian Pounder, sorry to read about your prostate problem, mate. Hope that's going in the right direction for you. I had a bit of a scare myself 3 years ago now, and whereas that all came to now in the end, happily, I didn't much enjoy the various diagnostics that went with it all. Well, I suppose you're supposed to enjoy them, are you? But you know what I mean. Anyway, very much best wishes from me and Eddie. How's that for a planes and trains moment? bit of soot. Right, where should we rest up? Freight park, I think, this time. Let's have a change of scenery. This ASL 737 freighter looks like just the job. Good morning, Alan Lee. How you doing? And Keith Ferguson, hello to you. New build development in the background. I think you're probably describing that, yeah. Some lovely views. I don't think I'd be able to sell it to Mrs. PSA, but I'll be dead impressed. Better shake a bit of life into these pocket warmers. It's amazing, you know. They never kind of burn your hands, which is a good thing, but you know what I mean. But when I get home and I'm taking everything to bits and putting things in its right places, they're absolutely scalding hot inside my gloves. Yet when I'm wearing the gloves, they never get anywhere near as hot. So we've hit one of those pesky lulls, it looks. Although we've got get my teeth in. We've got a Ryanair 737 just arcing round for final approach, inbound from Porto, out over the Firth of Forth at the minute. A Max 8-200, brand new in March of last year. So it's only technically brand new, bearing down on its first birthday. Currently at 3,200 feet. Mary Brock is back. Welcome back, Mary. I saved you space. Check Andy P out, casting to the TV. Eddie's always casting stuff to his TV. I probably should do a little stream for members of me trying to cast things to the TV. Yeah, alright, it will be lamentable. It's funny, you know, but I was talking about the fact that I'd not quite got the scanner frequencies set up right for today. I thought I keyed them in, but I've only got tower and I haven't got the ground ops ones I wanted and other bits and pieces. Whereas Newcastle, it all went in a treat. But I must have found a video that made that easy to do, because I couldn't find that video last night when I was trying to get ready for today. I found loads of other videos from people showing you how to set up this scanner. I'll be honest, most of them are absolutely rubbish. I wouldn't have bothered posting. Damning comment from a total newbie like me that doesn't know particularly what I'm doing with the scanner. But I might actually put my own one of those up once I've worked out what I am doing, because there's got to be an easier way to tell people what they need to know. Sometimes they'll be describing something and saying, oh, hang on, no, it's not that, it's... And then they'd suddenly go into some very speedy explanation that didn't get close to what the question I wanted answering. Anyway, share that for therapy. Good morning, DB Bassman. How you doing, DB? Oh, I messaged you on Facebook, DB. I know you'll not be screening me out. I hope you're not. But anyway, not for general chit chat, but if you do get a chance to have a look at it, do let me know. Michelle, scanner today, due to my incompetence, isn't doing quite so well, but that is a work in progress. So I thought I'd keyed on, just what I said a few minutes ago basically. I thought I was set up for today and have discovered that I'm not. And of course once I'm live, I haven't got the bandwidth, if you pardon the pun, to bottom it out. But when the show finishes, I'm going to do a little bit of that when I'm sat in the car. Get myself happy with it. So it will all work out absolutely fine. It's more my general dumbness that is in play. Although I am thinking, and you did say, didn't you, and Terry the artist has mentioned it as well, that I'm probably going to get an aerial enhancement for it. I thought it was quite clear at Newcastle. Here, not quite so much. And something Rab said earlier on in the show, Rab lives 30 miles away and used to be able to pick it up clear as a bell, so it could be because it's sat inside my jacket pocket as well. Anyway, it's a good bit of kit and it's going to be a great friend to us. I just need to get competent. Hello Siobhan Everett. How you doing Siobhan? Hope you're keeping well. It's like we're all trying to scrum through the same door at the same time kind of thing. Right, Casey, thanks so much for your support mate. Gas meter change tomorrow. Had one of those done a few weeks ago. To be fair, Octopus were pretty damn good. Anyway, thank you so much for your kind words. See you next time out, buddy. Hello, Wasp. How you doing? Hope you've been keeping well. Linda Cooper says our Air France A318, and this is what 10:12, so 4 minutes ago. Passing over Cambridge, 50 minutes away. Cannot wait. Anyway, looks like they've all managed to get in. Perhaps it's a scrum to get in there. Last one has to do the toilets or something. Well, I can't tease you any longer, can I? Looks like we've got the Pegasus in. That's early, if so. Members, get your emojis ready. Let's give it a bash. An A321 today as well. Monster early. Go on then, if you insist. Siobhan, delighted to see you doing okay. 4 more likes for 200, says Gary Fleming. Let's get it over the 200 team. Be fantastic if we can. And too much yellow. Dopey Gorp. Gary Fleming. More Dopey Gorp. You're exceeding the fair use policy on Pegasus emojis. Dear me. Yorkshire Biker, good morning to you. Perfect timing. It's uncanny. Plane's even come in early and you caught it. Les has got the snowdrops out. Oh, that's a good sign, isn't it? Oh no, more Dopey Gorp spamming. Come on, mods team. Get a grip of this Dopey Gorp character. Michelle Johnson as well. Gary Fleming. I did think we'd end up with that replay button being activated. Thank you for validating that. Same with Dopey Gorp. Good morning, Aviation Action Scotland. car trouble. Oh, sorry man, that sucks. No worries, Gary. We'll catch you next time out. Hope it's nothing too expensive. Although, let's be honest, everything's expensive. What have we got going on there? Looks a pretty good way to spend a Sunday morning if you're not going to watch the planes. A round of golf. Or even better, a round of golf where you can overlook a major airport like Edinburgh. Oh no, Ross McNeil has thrown in with the Pegasus Brigade. And Scottish Linda too. There's a lot of plane of the day stuff. Gary Fleming, Dopey Gorp. Oh dearie me. I'd sit down but the chair's full of stuff. Got all my crap strewn out. Oh dear. Good morning, William Jones. How you doing? That's an interesting post you make there, because I was under the impression that Air France had stopped using it, so I think they must have got one possibly, or kept a couple for rainy day issues. I don't know. Let's just have a look. I'm trying to think. How many they actually have. Show fleet. Hello James Woolard and Carl Shield. Thank you so much Carl Shield for being our 200th fliker. We'll do the fireworks in a minute. 6 according to Flight Radar. 6 A318s in the fleet, but as to how many of those are active, that's up for grabs. Right, next arrival I think is going to be Aegean in Star Alliance livery, folks. So what's that, 7 minutes it says. You've got time to get the kettle on. Let me show you something that'll put you off your cup of tea. Oh no, no time. Something's rolling. Telescope risk elevated. Bye. So, quick bit of fireworks for 200 likes. Thank you everybody. For anyone that's just joined the show and wondering about the poll, this is what we're voting on. So, which one do you like the best? Right, the Falkirk Ultra is off to the footy. Yeah, I used to hate 12 o'clock kickoffs. Anyway, hope you get the result, mate, and smashing seeing you. Catch you soon. Right, so Star Alliance livery, first of 2 to come our way during the show. So this is the Aegean one. This is a A320. Just starting final approach. Oh dear, don't be go. I'll be out of yellow ink at this rate or not. That is a lot of yellow. So Linda Cooper mentioned earlier on in the show that planes were tending to come in quite early today, and Aegean is also in pretty early. So both Pegasus and Aegean were due in at 11:05. Well, Pegasus is already home and hosed, and the Aegean is on final approach, half an hour early. Monkey flag. What's that other word? Boggy, or something like. I'll catch it up when I review the show. It gave me a smile. Good morning, SE Aviation. Anyway, hope you're doing well, mate. So tucked in behind Aegean, we've got an EasyJet from Belfast. So I think we'll just take a stroll steadily to the left. I think I'm going to record this Aegean. Why not? So I'm just going to take the on-screen graphic off, and then when I've acquired the target I'll go quiet on commentary, so I won't be on strike. I'm just preparing the clip. And here it is again. So we're going to get to see that one go, and of course we're going to see Lufthansa bring their version in. Pretty darn good, I reckon. I think we need a Star Alliance emoji for days like this, don't we? I think because these were both late swaps, it kind of prevented me doing that, but I think I'm going to get one confected. So yeah, I'm seeing a sea of Aegean. Let's have a look. Dopey Gorp, Michelle Johnson, Rab H, Yorkshire Biker, Linda Cooper, Scottish Linda, more Michelle. Sees their Aegean and raises for Mark Pride. Good morning to you, Mark Pride. And Scottish Linda with another hatful. I must admit, looking at Rab's comment, if you were going to swap out a livery for Star Alliance, Aegean wouldn't have been my pick, because it is a good looking livery in its own right. But I suppose it's like everything, isn't it? You have to take the gifts as they come. Quick shout to the chat. How's the Qatar 350 doing? Trying to get a feel for when the show will finish. For anyone that's recently joined, the standard flight plan for us today will be to finish around 12:40 when the 350 comes in. But if it's early, that might change the calculus. If it's a bit late, it will change the calculus. Check me out with my calculus. That's just me taking a single snap there, team. Put that on the Facebook group later. And the Ko-fi page as well. Rab, you wouldn't mind, would you, mate, putting the Facebook page link up? It just occurred to me, it'd probably be a good thing for me to give that a quick promo. New members that will have joined or returned today, of course, have access to the PSA Crew Lounge, where we tend to put up our pictures. And of course, we put content onto our Ko-fi page too. No worries, Rab. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. We'll put it in a post anyway. Frank's Holslebore. Hello to you, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Thank you, Dopey Gore. The A350 tanking our way for a 12:20 arrival. So we'll probably still run till 12:40 because that's when Lufthansa go out, or should go out, with their Star Alliance. But at least it means that the big plane is definitely within our run time. Don't worry, Michelle, we're going to get Eddie on the case. In fact, we might get me on the case. I'm sure I could whip up something that might look a bit like that. I'll have it on the books ready for next time we're back here. Can't say fairer than that. Thank you, Dopey Gore. You're the man. I should have asked you, shouldn't I, as well? I keep forgetting you're a Facebooker. You think I'd have it memorised by now, but it's me we're talking about. Next bird in, a Ryanair from Berlin. Departed 1 hour 33 minutes ago, currently arcing left over the Firth of Forth. That being a 737-800. Just shy of 4,000 feet at the minute. That's your next inbound action. Let's just draw out a bit to have a better look at the forecourt. Oh, I'm loving those sparkly stars, Michelle. Right, we're going to get a United Airlines. Is it going to be an overfly? Not quite. Behind me as well. 767-400. So United Airlines are passing the neighbourhood with the 767-400, but with the cloud at around 2,000 feet and pretty much solid, there's no blinking chance whatsoever. Good morning, Daniel Watkins. Or welcome back, should I say. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, down here on Almond Bank, it's like the Mare Celeste. It's a bit nippy, but there was a chap down here earlier, I've seen down here a few times, but that's the only other person I've seen. I've got a feeling that when Air France's A318 comes in, that's another one we'll get to see go as well. I get a feeling there'll be a few show up. So our inbound Ryanair has just crossed the coast. We'll track to that in a jiffy. No, it's spookily quiet. Ooh, hang on a minute. Bit of an EasyJet mash up there. Plane you were looking at, departing for Munich. That looked a little heavy to me. Don't know what you folks thought. I'm only watching it on the viewfinder, but let's have a look. Into the hover. Boom. Good morning, H Dot. Hope you're having a cracking weekend. Oh, you've got a 3.5 hour trip to Norfolk. Well, I hope it goes well for you. Travelling on a Sunday, you haven't got all the workaday stuff going on, have you? But I always used to find Norfolk, travelling to Norfolk from Leicestershire, an uneven prospect in terms of distance versus time. But yeah, fingers crossed. Hope you have a cracking time. I hope you're doing something nice in Norfolk. I always think east-west travel in the UK is always a bit sticky. Oh, what's going on here? Let me just go to... I've only got the fire brigade frequency on. Thank you, Sandra Pollock, for confirming our Air France A318 has just flown over Carlisle. It's coming down fast on us, isn't it? Hello to John McCabe. How you doing? Right, Ryanair inbound from Dublin. We'll keep an eye on this. Doesn't look like it's a drill because there's no real pace, is there? a drill. Ah, H-Dot passing through Loughborough, my old parish. Well, I was raised in Loughborough, lived a big chunk of my married life in Shepshed, just the other side of the M1 motorway. Oh, I hope you have a cracking journey. Crikey Rab, 820 miles. In a larder too. They probably should have hired you for a commercial, really. So let's just peel off, see what's going on now. Looks like everybody's happy. Back to base, get the kettle on. Do you know what? I thought I'd spotted the sun then. Literally, I thought I'll put the camera on it and it's just healed up. So I was about to confirm that the sun has been located. Hang on a minute. Looks like they're into the warm down cycle now. It's always impressive to see the emergency response in action here. All that training that keeps it honed. Buffering, says Rab. I'm not dropping anything here. Anybody else getting buffering? I'm clean at this end, so if it is something more than that, fine for Yorkshire Biker. I think you're never out of the woods, are you, when it comes to buffering and tech issues. But no, the bonding, this is our second stream with our new bonding, last day of the trial actually. In fact, I've had an email during the show reminding me it's the last day, but we are going to renew with the company concerned, YOLO Live, who make our encoder. So I gave her a shout out on Friday's show. I'll give Hazel at YOLO Live a shout out today. All good. Let's just go down to the fire training fuselage and well, there's a fuselage to the left. See what's going next. I fancy they're going to set fire to something soon, but of course they're a bit too close to the training fuselage to make that much of a response time challenge. Thanks Gary Fleming for confirming. Sometimes these kind of internet issues, or YouTube issues more accurately, tend to kind of work their way through. Obviously depends which servers you're using for your connection. But no, this end looks rock solid. Tell you what, I'm just going to peel off and go to the front deck. Always like the tail fin shot moments. Take a quick picture. Just the one. Somebody's just asked for push and start. Sadly, I couldn't quite pick out the front end of the message. It was EasyJet that had asked for the push and turn, or push and start, should I say. So that looks very much to be your next departure action. Just switching horses slightly. Let's just get into my notes. Something else that caught my eye, and I know others in the show have probably seen the same thing, so let's go straight to it. Just bear with me. Anyone seen the airlineratings.com survey? Is it a survey? I'm not quite sure. It's their own methodology. They produce an annual rating for the top 25 airlines, the safest full service airlines, and the top 25 safest low cost airlines. Recently published this for 2025. How they put it together, it's a kind of statistical amalgamation of all kinds of stuff, a bit like the YouTube algo, I guess. Fleet age, fleet size, rate of incidents, fatalities, profitability, training, incidents, pilot skill and training, it says here. So a whole range of methodology. How they weight it, Lord only knows. Anyway, full service airlines, who do you think top rated? Just chuck that one out there to the chat. Remember, it's a global thing. Well, actually, Carl Shield, Ryanair didn't do bad at all in the low cost category, which we'll cut to in a minute. A318 on approach. Thank you, Sandra. I'm vigilant on this one. It's another one where I'm going to take the graphic off and record it, because how many more times we're going to get to see an A318 here, who knows. I mean, that trouble with the ongoing issues with the A220 might work for us, but they've only got 6, and whether all 6 are actually serviceable or whether they've just kept a couple for rainy days, I don't know, but I'm absolutely cock-a-hoop. I can't remember who it was who posted in the chat. We used to see the Air Tarom used to go into Heathrow daily pretty much with an A318, but they've sold that slot anyway, I think, to Etihad, I think. Anyway, they don't fly that plane either into Heathrow, so it's something that's disappearing fast. Carl says, Aer Lingus made the top 50. You may well be right, but the top 10 in this particular survey by Airline Ratings goes like this. Air New Zealand, number 1. Qantas 2. Cathay Pacific 3. In fact, equal third with Qatar and Emirates. 4, although strictly speaking that would be 6th, wouldn't it, if you've already got 3 tied in third. Virgin Australia 5th, Etihad 6th, All Nippon Airlines 7, Eva Air 8, Korean 9, Alaska Airlines, and number 10, one that we see here, Turkish Airlines. So there's your top 10. If you're wondering where British Airways is, they came 15th and United Airlines 23rd. All right, better get ready for this inbound thing of beauty. Even the radar, sorry, flight radar 24 image is just that little bit smaller. God, I'm excited. Better get warm. A little bit of rustling there. Mark getting himself all enlivened. Better blow over the old snozzer. So the inbound A318, 18 years of age. Departed Paris Charles de Gaulle 1 hour 9 minutes ago. Good stuff. Right, I'm going to hit the record and I'm going to go quiet for a bit. We will do an action replay. Yep, Mark's plane of the day. But never mind what Mark thinks. What does the chat think? Ooh la la! Indeed. Rob H, Gary Fleming, and Yorkshire Biker giving it plenty of entente cordiale. Michelle Johnson too. Dinky's exactly the word, isn't it, Rob? It just looks surreal to me as it passed the tower. Just gorgeous. EasyJet on cam is returning to Milan. Lowlander, thank you so much for joining us. Hope to catch you soon, mate. Let's get on it. Can't resist it. In fact, I think I've taken the graphic off. Oh, it is off. I think I'll record a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Well, we've got KLM pushing back, so a bit of Flying Dutchman action. But I'll tell you what, we'll hold that thought. Let's stay with this. EasyJet lining up to return to Milan, but do you know what? It'll keep. Siobhan, I've just seen your bad news in the chat. You own my thoughts, really are. So we do get to see this super baby bus go out again. I'm trying to think what time it's due to go. I've got a mental block from all the excitement. Ooh. So British Airways next in on the conveyor belt of incoming talent, and that will be an A320-200 on its way in from Heathrow. Just making landfall now. Smiley dolphin indeed, Michelle Johnson. And good morning and welcome back, Lisa Lama. How you doing, Lisa? Out of curiosity, it might sound like a long shot. You haven't got a llama, have you? Just out of curiosity. There's a lot more llamas in the UK than you might naturally intuit. So a bit of a standoff here. We need KLM to move so that Ryanair can fill the void. Dr. Kersey, good morning to you. Hi to David Gordon. If you can't lie in on a Sunday, when can you lie in? Hope you feel better for it. So, another turboprop. We had 9 in total listed for the show. An Aer Lingus regional operated by Emerald Airlines. Just getting ready to commence final approach. In terms of what's transponding on the deck, obviously the KLM in front of you. We've got a Ryanair outward to Porto as well. Looks like the logjam is being eased. Ah, you've got lots of alpacas as well, alpacas. I just found myself noticing them in more and more places in recent years. Such striking looking animals, of course. Yep, has Linda Cooper got the kettle on? I think that's not the right part of the building for that joke. I think it's more to the right than the left, if I remember correctly. Let one go a sec as British Airways and Ryanair race their way onto the parking lot. Hey ho, fill at go. Peachy at this end, buddy. Hi to Roddy Robertson. A llama farm across the water in Fife. You could do trains, planes and llamas. No one's done that yet, have they? So I'll leave that to sort itself out. We've got a Ryanair to Porto sitting at the intersection. Oops, telescope alert. This was nearly telescope 2. Guessing that'll vacate early, in which case this won't be waiting long. DB Bassman, you've got your first win since November, excluding the FA Cup. I reckon we ain't far different. Planes and trains moment as well in the background there. Good morning, the Peacock strikes back. Llama Farm in Doon. Like I say, you see a lot more of these more exotic creatures is the word, animals, whichever way you want to call it. Siobhan saw 2 goats being walked down the street. And that's London, isn't it, Siobhan? So that will have seemed strange. It's no good, the gloves are going to have to come off. Mind you, I could put a couple of goats to work on my back garden. We're still in winter, but my lawn is starting to grow again. On the conveyor belt tonight we have a suitcase followed by another suitcase and another suitcase. Oh, you're Northampton, are you, Siobhan? I always thought, because I've seen you down at Myrtle Avenue, and lots of people travel to Myrtle, of course, don't they? For some reason, I just assumed you were local. Mile out. Looks like cleaners are all piling on. Looks a lot of personnel for such a small plane. So our next inbound kind of qualifies as a special livery. It's got the UNICEF tail fin on. It is none other than Norwegian, inbound from Oslo. Let's have another look at that. I spy with my little eye. Just been nosy for a minute. Next departure, Ryanair to Porto, and we've got an Aer Lingus ATR behind it, so it's going to have to get a wriggle on, and it is. Roddy Robertson, you've got a sharp eye. It probably was missing. Oh, crikey, what's going on there? Probably was missing a cuddly toy. Just going to draw the shot out. All that steam or whatever it is almost looks like it's creating the clouds. It literally has its own weather system. Thank you, Dopey Gorp. Just spotted your post on the A350. So, folks, the star heavy of the show is the Qatar Airways A350-900. Looks like it's going to be in early, which will be helpful in the scheme of things. We still plan to finish around 12:40, 12:45 if the action is continuous enough. Hi to Keith Winning. How you doing, pal? So Keith is, for anyone that's new to the show, there's the Pentland Hills. So somewhere over there is Keith. Over yon horizon. Okay, I'm probably not going to pronounce this hello correctly, but I'm game. Chun Hu Lee. I'm Mark anyway, so pleased to meet you. Is that all it is, Siobhan Everett? 1 hour from Northampton to Myrtle Ave. I never think the M25 plays well enough these days. Oops, keep up, Mark. Keep up. So it looks like the Aer Lingus ATR is having to wait for a parking spot. Next plane in is an EasyJet inbound from London Stansted, an A320-200, 12 years of age. Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Oscar is the registration. Just about 500 feet or thereabouts off the deck, so I reckon we'll get on it. Found the sun again. There you go. Here comes summer. Let's go back to our little super baby bus. There you go, cases are going on. Chance for a quick water break. Hi to Jack McCallin, how you doing? Yeah, they are definitely doing well on numbers here. I think, top of my head numbers, 15 million passengers recorded through here in 2024. Best year ever, I'm told. Certainly the transatlantic scene is fattening up nicely, and of course American Airlines entered the equation in May, so that's just going to continue. Things are working really well here. Cannot wait till they switch the summer timetable on. And we welcome back the likes of JetBlue, WestJet, and of course more routes from Delta and United. Ooh, 253 likes, says Linda Cooper. Let's just give it a ripple of fireworks just to say thank you. Awesome team. Be lovely if we can get that number somewhere north of 300 by the time we're done. So grateful plea, or respectful, gentle plea on likes. Can't find the right words. Head's all foggy. But yeah, likes do make the world go round for us YouTubers, and of course don't cost anything. And if you're watching the show but you've not said hi in the chat, you just need to hit the subscribe button. Don't cost you anything, and then you can get in the chat and say hi. So we have British Airways outward with an A321. Can't remember if this was a Neo or not. So a lot of planes on the deck currently, so we're going to see a big surge in departure action before show close. No doubt about that. All the front gates are full. Ooh, green screen moment. Good news stuff as well. Keith Winning joining the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic to have you with us, buddy. I don't know if you're a Facebooker or not. Dopey Gorp, would you mind popping the Facebook group link in. It is just for PSA channel members, of course, but it'd be fantastic to have you with us in there as well if you are either neutral or positive on Facebook. A lot of good stuff on there. Stuart Donnelly, hello to you, buddy. It just shows you, doesn't it, in the world of, well, business as much as aviation, nothing stands still, does it? Nothing stands still. You could argue, I think, with a fair degree of accuracy that the pandemic certainly acted as a major disruptor in terms of business generally. I mean, not just aviation. Buy a car and find that, you know, lead times and spare parts and everything, you know, things just don't work as smoothly. And when they do, they're different. Right, this should be turn and burn. There is blow all on the track. We'll do Keith's fireworks as soon as this plane hits the air. We'll do it now. Welcome aboard, Keith. Right, we're off. Got that one up pretty smart. Let's see if we can get a bit more of it. Bye. Looks like we've got big log jam in front of me. Ryanair on their way out will free up a bit of space. Thanks, Dopey Gorp, for putting the link up. No W-8. How are you doing? Hope you're doing all right. That's the main thing. Thank you, Linda Cooper. The Lufthansa in Star Alliance livery, 18 minutes away. So that will be the second inbound bearing Star Alliance colours in the show. As you can see, left side of the shot, we've got an Aegean in Star Alliance. Actually, now W, I'm glad you've turned up in the show because you might be able to settle this. It's an abstract question, so you'll forgive me. So I was referring to something I'd cribbed off the internet about the nations which drink the most beer per capita. And I think somebody guessed in the chat they thought Belgium might be very high on the list. 26 for Belgium. I think we said 26, didn't we? That just felt counterintuitive. What's your take on it? Hi to Sue Rawlinson, how are you doing? Oh, hang on a minute, something's happened on my screen, I better get on it. So, let's just see what that is. Dopey Gorp, what a mate you are. Gifting 5 memberships to the channel, as well as being a superstar moderator. Let's do your fireworks now, while we taxi. Thank you, buddy. Amazing support, amazing. Who got them? Trying to find the box. Hey up, Sharon JL. How are you doing? Plane you were looking at, by the way, off to Dublin. By the way. So who got them? Lizzie Johnston, Nick Samuels, Janice Ross Munro, Claire Bicknell, and Chris Gaudupoulou. Awesome stuff. Yeah, g'day to you, Sharon. Hope the weekend's going good. Of course, you're a lot further down the track than we are. Hi to James Anderson. Can't be the same one as the cricket legend. I'm reading his book at the minute, Finding the Edge. For those of you who've liked cricket, it's proving a promising read. I'm only about 30 pages in, but I'm enjoying it. And it was best part of half price and more at Asda. So not a plug for Asda, but definitely a plug for competitively priced books that are worth reading. Anyway, James, welcome to the show. Sharon JL's got 33 degrees. We can do 3 of those, so you're trashing us by about 30 degrees. Mind you, it's a strange thing about UK weather. This could just as easily pass as an April day, couldn't it, here in the UK? Our weather is nothing if not versatile. I will keep up, trust me. There we go. Rock and roll time. So how's the pole looking, team? I'm guessing it's probably tracking its previous pattern. We're still looking big on the Landor livery. PM with Sharon in Oz, 26 degrees. I think I'd have to set fire to something here to get anywhere near those kind of temps. So let's have a quick look see and see what time flight radar, on flight radar should I say, what time Air France are due to go. Oh, something very kind. You've already been in your pocket, Dopey Gorp. You shouldn't be doing more for us. Thank you so much. £5 on Ko-fi, towards the cause, towards the fuel. Thank you, mate. Fireworks for you, pal. Great support. Tell you what, it's going to be mighty chilly in there, the amount of time that door's been open. Let's go back to the Air France, see if the hold is secured. Not yet. Can't see anything going up the belt. We do have an aircraft on final approach, so we are back in the planes again, team. This is going to be Star Alliance. It's an A319 in Star Alliance. It's one of those interesting shows that's got a particularly quirky feature now, isn't it? We've got the entire A320 family in the show. I think the 18 is in that family, isn't it? 18, 19, 20 and 321. We had a Boeing heavy set show like that last year. Yeah, Michelle Johnson, the Kofi bot's a good egg, isn't it? Anyway, I was going to look at what time this actually is supposed to go. It's eluding me at the minute. It should go at 12 o'clock, but it's showing on flight radar as a 12:15 departure, so 45 minutes. So the main thing is we're going to get to see it before we toodle off. I'm going to record this one, team, so I'll go quiet again on commentary. And the replay. We just needed a third Star Alliance to complete the set in the show, didn't we? I think the United Airlines, they've got 57 in Star Alliance livery. That would have been something to see. "276 likes," says Michelle Johnson. 24 for the 100 folks. If you just joined the show, welcome. I'm Mark, if you didn't know that already. My pleasure to share the planes with you. Looks like we've got a runway check on the go at the minute. Somebody is on long finals. But yeah, please do drop us a like. We're smashing to get to 300 by 12 o'clock. See if we can get somewhere near 350 by the time the A350 comes in. We say 20 past 12 last we looked. Last I looked anyway. crikey. There's me doing a bit of tiffling, and we've got an inbound Ryanair from somewhere. Let's say a big hello to Joshua McGinley. How you doing, Joshua? Let's zoom on back to that Lufthansa arrival as I get the boot open. So next inbound action, inbound from Geneva, an EasyJet A350-900 Neo, Guslow, Golf Uniform Zulu Lima Oscar, 1 year old, entering service in June 23. That is going to be your next inbound, folks. Uh-oh, Dopey Gorp has hit the klaxon for the Pegasus by the look of it. All I've got to say to you, Dopey Gorp, is whoa there. It ain't going anywhere yet. Yeah, Michelle, that's a lower cost deboarding option. Get your ass kicked out down the cargo ramp. Here they come. So what kind of luggage are we getting? Can't risk a telescope. Looks like it's getting crowded when it comes to getting a gate. It's not unknown to see the further flung destinations having to wait, but yeah, queue is on. Hey, perhaps fix the internet. Good stuff, mate. Fingers crossed it'll play for the rest of the day and beyond, of course. So blinking annoying, isn't it? And I'm going to cast my eye around. As I was saying earlier, I think the back end of the show is going to be characterised by an absolute car park of departures. It's perhaps that effect where there's quite a few planes coming a lot earlier and it's aggregating up. So we are pretty much into the final hour of the show. What have we got for you? That'll be the question if you've just joined. Well, we've got the Qatar A350-900 due in just over half an hour. We've got very exquisite, is it pushing back? It is pushing back. Air France A318, a scarce sight, if ever there was. Plus, we've got a couple of Star Alliance liveries to depart courtesy of Aviation and Lufthansa. So all good. Let's just lengthen the shot slightly. Let's just put the graphic back up for today's in-show poll for anybody that has just joined the show. Chance to exercise your vote. Which of these British Airways liveries, so basically the current one on the right hand side, option 4, all the way back to the very beginning in 1974, Negus livery. Which do you like the best? HGC, timing is everything, isn't it? I still can't believe we got it. I think that's one of the things today. It's not been the big bird planes, it's been the smaller stuff that surprised us really. A couple of Star Alliance swap-ins and the Super Baby bus is, you know, another swapper. So we're doing good. So this baby off back to Athens. David Smart, the colour scheme before 74, when BA was amalgamated from British European Airways, British Overseas Air Corporation, Cambrian Airways, and I can't think what the other parts were off the top of my head. Hang on. they were their own distinct liveries. I'm just going to record a bit of this. Oops, bit of inadvertent kicking of tripod. Yeah, definitely my plane of the day. I may have mentioned that 27 times. Shortly to be 28. Well, there's nothing ahead of this baby, so it should be a turn and burn. I think we might have a bit of runway repair shortly to happen. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll have to look that out. Sharon Jail. When I get back to PSA Towers. And there's the sun. And there's two Star Alliances in the same shot. I've just taken a quick picture of that. So this is number 2 in the queue, if queue is probably an exaggeration. EasyJet head the line, just about to check the active. Aircraft on screen returning to Geneva. Good morning to JC Gaming, how you doing? Doing good at this end, my friend. Hope you likewise. Hi to Mike Hackett. How are you, buddy? Hey ho, puppy team. Sounds like the forerunner of Paw Patrol. How you doing, puppy team? Oops, cripes, we're off. We'll have a bit of a climb. Right, Star Alliance next to go, or Aegean Star Alliance. Clues at the front. Okay, I can see something on the horizon. Let's wedge the camera for a minute. GRWW. Hi to you, or should I say howdy to you in Texas. Hope everything is good at your end. Puppy team is Aviation Factor 2001. Didn't think I'd seen you for a bit. So that's your new handle, is it? I will look out for that one. JC Gaming, glad to see everything is ship shape. Now on W-8, says we're almost at 300 likes. If you are like a 300, please claim the credit. It is a team effort, of course, but be nice to celebrate that in the chat. Oh, that's interesting. GRWW. Edinburgh's about to announce a terminal expansion. It will make sense, although how that works, I don't know. Folks that are local to the airport or in the know, Are you hearing anything? I find myself wondering what the plane is behind the ATR. Jet2 Holidays. Next inbound, EasyJet from Amsterdam. Now another Air France. What the devil? It's the day that keeps on giving. It's Air France Day. We'll let that one go. Let's have a bit of this. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. I'm liking that a lot. So we have got an A220 after all. We've also got an Aer Lingus going short, just mixing it up for us. Ooh la la indeed, Michelle Johnson. Ooh la la. I'm glad we put that graphic on today. It's definitely been a day to celebrate Air France. 300 likes are up. Thank you, Yorkshire Biker. Thank you, everybody. Quick celebration. As Aer Lingus prepare to reach for the skies. Oops, keep up. And away she goes. Just about to get back end of planes and trains there for this Air France A220-300 departure. Somebody well on finals. That's an EasyJet from Berlin. An A320. Just about to take the screen now. Looks a treat in the sun. Should I stay or should I go? I wanted to sing that, but obviously it's still adhering to the no sing. Wow. Norwegian next to go with the UNICEF special livery. It's a nice touch. So back to the chat very quickly. GRWW, Riverstone, a US fund, reporting that the south section of Edinburgh will be extended, if it makes sense. Makes sense, but I'm not quite sure how that would all work out. I'm fascinated, intrigued. Certainly the extra business that's coming this way, and there's talk, isn't there, that Edinburgh could be one of those favoured few locations that becomes a US immigration border checkpoint. Does intrigue. Oh, thanks, DB Bassman. That 220, brand new. What, literally brand new. That was a treat. Hi, Simon E. How you doing? Ooh, excellent, Keith Winning. Our Qatar A350 has just crossed the border. Ooh, massive planes and trains moment. Let's get on it. Inbound aircraft is a Jet 2 from, come on flight radar, don't fail me now, Turin. Jet2.com livery. "18 minutes out," says Linda for the A350. Roger that. Cannot wait. Who can't wait? 7 minutes past 12 now. Not long to go. Scottish Linda, so kind, such a great friend to the channel, gifting a membership. Who got it? Mizamaz. Mizam was in the show earlier. Scottish Linda, God love you. Thank you so much. We're going to get on the fireworks in a minute. Oh, there's a second one from Scottish Linda, which has gone to Richard the WN guy. Not sure what that abbreviates for. I'm never really up on abbreviations, but Scottish Linda, that is awesome support. Let's get the fireworks on for you first and foremost. You get a double. That's your first. We'll do the second one for Scottish Linda in a minute. Let's just get the ATR that's going short. So kind of you. Oh, you're too kind, Scottish Linda. I'm blushing. I'm cherrying up. Well, I'll tell you what, that sun feels quite nice. There's a fast moving Jet 2 there. One of those use it or lose it things in terms of your gate. Get there or we'll give it away to somebody else. Hard right, hard right. Right, second fireworks set for Scottish Linda. What a difference a bit of sunshine makes. Hey ho, Philip Borin, how you doing? And Raskas as well. Hope you are both keeping well. Welcome to Edinburgh. EasyJet going that way. Is it going to give us a triple of easies? Linda Cooper, if you're watching, I'm staking it out. See if I can get a shot of 3 EasyJet tail fins in a nice line. Can it be done? Who knows? Philip Borin, A-OK buddy, A-OK. I'm always a happy cat down at the airport. I really am. Well, as long as the kit's working. Even if the weather's rubbish, as long as the kit's working, that's all you can ask. Wow, it's kind of, the sun is out and it now looks smoky hazy over the far side. I'm just going to quickly rotate the camera. So that's what a sunny day looks like. I had wondered. Ooh. Perhaps wasn't the wisest thing to look too much at the sun. Let's go back over here. EasyJet Central for the moment. Dopey Gorp, you've already spent with us, my friend. You are kind. Jim C gets a membership thanks to Dopey Gorp. Superstar. Thank you, pal. Fireworks for you. Great support for the channel, and oh, hang on, there's 2. You double 6 me. Jim's the first one, and Matt 70 is the second one. You are a rascal. And of course, everything we get on content and we'll be announcing to members fairly quickly what we intend to do in terms of the next away day. Just doing a bit of forward planning on that side of things. Oh yes, I forgot to mention there's a Pegasus shortly to go. Here's me thinking it might be late running. I'm all excited about that 350. I'm looking at the updates. Keep them coming, folks. I can see it now. Well, I can see it on flight radar. Can't see it to the naked eye. Out over the Firth of Forth. Yes, baby. So inbound are Qatar A350-900. Alpha 7 Alpha Lima Alpha aircraft 10 years of age, entering service with Qatar in October 2014. Coming your way. That'll be the moment I can take you away from the flying pig that you've got on screen at the minute. Good stuff. So plan is to finish at 1:45. That's the flight plan. If the action dries up slightly before then, we'll finish earlier. But I think we're going to finish with the Lufthansa A319 in Star Alliance livery. Plane of the day, Rab. Behave. We've got an Air France A318 taking top of the rostrum. Oh, I have to have a sip of water, calm myself down. I can see the A350 twinkling on the horizon. We've got an EasyJet taxiing out. Where might that be going? Birmingham, that being a A320-200. Simon E, that's interesting. Just a favour, is Landor still up front being chased by World Images, or has it changed? Better get ready for the 350. Let me know. Keep me in the loop. So we're bearing down on the Star Heavy. In fact, let's go there now. You know what my attention span's like. Got to tease my way in. We'll have a closer look at that in a minute. Looks like Pegasus are coming out the pits. Thank you, Mike Hackett. Landor 35%, World 33%. That is way closer than I would have guessed. Way, way closer. What's a fascinating fact, Rascas? Thanks for sharing. 15th of January, the anniversary for the first ever commercial flight of the A350-900. Amazing, 10 years. No, I can't believe it actually. I swear, the older you get, the more you grasp on time starts to diminish. Right, well, let's go off that. Let's go off axis for the minute. EasyJet be the one. This will be the Birmingham departure. I have to get on with it because we've got British Airways inbound at the minute with an A321neo. Literally well into finals. Bye. Here's our flying pig. Getting a bit of rubber down. Loads of A350 emoji spamming in the chat. Awesome stuff. Folks, do drop us a like if you like what you see. Not necessarily exactly the plane on screen at the minute. But it goes such a long way with YouTube. British Airways next inbound. Thinking, where are we now? 19 minutes past 12. We've not seen the first Embraer departure, British Airways Embraer departure for London City. That was due out at 12. Conspicuous by its absence. Look at all that tail fin spamming. Linda Cooper, Michelle Johnson, HGC. Oh, I should have hit the replay, Rab, shouldn't I? I was sucked into the awe of what I was looking at. That happened to me on Friday, didn't it, at Newcastle with the Emirates 777. Got mesmerised and forgot something else was taking off. Ooh, was that a bit wobbly? Let's have a quick look at that one. I think we'll stay with this for the minute, folks. "10 years since the first commercial A350-900 flight. Just sounds, well, on the one hand it feels like they've been around for ages, on the other hand it feels like they've been around for 2 minutes. I'm caught in a bit of a dilemma on that one. Mike Hackett, my pleasure, my friend. Thanks for your kind words on the show. Oops, sorry, I inadvertently panned. And we're off. Bye. So as the pole is quite close, let's just realised I've still got graphics still up on the screen. Me and graphics, eh? Ooh, nice one, Michelle. Toasted cheese sandwich on the go. As that's a bit of a pillar in view, we'll have this one. Stuart Donnelly, no mate, they are still, Jet2 have only retired the 757, the Jet2.com livery that you're talking about is still very much in service. They've got that even on the new A3, or some of the new A321s that they've recently started with. Loads, not loads, I lie. 3 planes transponding on the deck. British Airways, the one that you're looking at, the Qatar arrival, and what else we got? I think that one may also be bleeping. Oh, it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 British Airways tail fins on the deck. It just seems crackers. See a lot of EasyJets here, and British Airways London Heathrow is the most prevalent route here, but 4 planes on the deck at the same time. Check that startup. Just going to go back to the recently arrived 321. Before we do that, let's go up to the tower, see what the hard-working team are up to there. Best seat in the house. So, but Stuart, yes, in fact they've got technically more than 2 liveries. They've got the one with the sun on the tail, they've got the silver one, and I'm sure I've seen a white jet too as well. Plus they've got some of the new A321s which are blue on the tail, and they've yet to have the sun added. I don't think that's a permanent design feature. So we've got a bit of outward movement. This will be the London City departure, is it? No. Ryanair cutting the shot, cutting the line. think this might well be the London City departure here. Just doing flaps. That's where we're going to pitch our camera for a bit. Tell you what folks, now that sun has gone in, you do not feel the chill. I think that might be the last of the sunshine for the day. Right, inbound action has resumed. EasyJet in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Just crossing the coast now. 334 likes. Can we get to 350 before show close? It's up to you folks, as the late great Huey Green once said. Right, inbound plane. Let's have a piece of inbound. So our first British Airways Embraer 190 of the show. What iteration is it? I fancy it to be a standard. Let's see if it is. Standard indeed. 15 years of age. Ryanair just taking the active now for their Malaga departure. We'll stay with this one for the minute. So what, let's just go this end round. That, look, British Airways London City departure is just about to line up, but I think we'll have this A320 as it's a bit nearer. You tell them, Rab, you give Virgin Media both barrels. We can't even get them in our part of Northumberland. We were with Virgin Media back in Leicestershire, but haven't been for the last 10 years. Right, from one BA to another. So we're into the last 10 minutes or so of the show. We'll finish with a Lufthansa departure as it is in Star Alliance trim. Hopefully that will go on time. Nothing like the rate of climb, is there, on those Embraers? Boy, do they get up. See where the Lufty is at. Wow. Fancy this to go on time, I really do. Is it transponding? Nope. Just looking at Raskas's comment about 79 Edinburgh Heathrow flights in the next week. That is a decent frequency, isn't it? Ooh, what's going on here? EasyJet bombing the shot. British Airways now lining up to go. We'll go to that in a minute. Thank you, HGC. It's been awfully good fun. Thank you to everybody that's been in the show, shared the chat and just made this great. It really has been a blast. Okay, what we've got going on the deck. Ryanair parked here. Not sure if that's coming and going, I've forgotten. In fact, let's leave that one, as we have an EasyJet that has definitely pushed. In fact, let's leave that one and just rotate slightly. Bit more to see on this deboarding one. Give us a slightly different shot. Michelle's got the kettle on. Have one for me, Michelle. 6 more likes for 350. Thank you for flagging that up, Raskas. Folks, if you're watching the show and you are yet to share your mandate, please do give us a like. And I've not mentioned it today, but I probably should. Memberships, we don't do hard sell here, but if you've enjoyed the show and you want to support us in a more substantial way, although it's very inexpensive at $1.99 a month, If you click on that little dollar sign, it tells you what you get for your membership. And one of the things we do at PSA is the money only stays on content. We don't pay ourselves wages or dividend or any of those kind of things, just on content. So we tend to spend that on away trips and the everyday stuff, a bit of a blend really. Of course, Eddie and I also put into that. Anyway, I said no hard sell, so I'll shut up. Rab, it's been fantastic, hasn't it, mate? And thank you for bearing with it through your internet nightmare. It's a real stressor, isn't it, when internet starts mucking about. Ooh, tell you who has been underrepresented in today's show. I think I can only recollect their ATR departure to Exeter. Logan Air, Scotland's finest. So let's have a little bit of that, shall we? Thank you, Dopey Gore. Thank you as well to you and all of the moderators team. First and foremost, no mods, no channel, but everybody in the chat, you've all made it a breeze. Really have. I think that's the thing that I always come away from shows with. I enjoy the planes, enjoy the airport, sights and sounds. It's the chat that really floats the boat. You've not been hammering the internet, have you, Rab? Like, do you remember in the 70s, and I can't really remember the 60s quite so well, TVs always seemed to want a little bang on the top, didn't they, if they were getting a bit sticky? Do you remember those sort of days where the picture used to kind of scroll a little bit before its horizontal stabilisation kicked in? 350 is up. Hi Brock's Mike, first and foremost, and thank you so much for breaking the news. So here goes fireworks for 350. Thank you everyone. Sublime effort. And a great friend of the show has just spoilt us with 5 gifted memberships. Yorkshire Biker, God bless you. Slavchik, Ian McNeil, John Probert, Zonia, is that? Yeah, I think it could be. And Shu. Welcome aboard. I think they're all new names to me as well. So absolutely awesome. So fireworks for Yorkshire Biker. Thank you, mate. Absolutely blinding. So let's have a bit of low cost stuff here. Earlier on in the show I was talking about the let's fetch it back up. The world's safest airlines as determined by, I don't know who the guys are, but let's just fetch it up. I've forgotten. I didn't complete the whole thing. I got distracted, as I often do. Airlinesratings.com. They look across a whole range of metrics. We did the full service airlines top 10, the top 10 low cost. Let's get to it. Number 1, Hong Kong Express. So one for you, John Mackenzie. Jetstar. Number 3, Ryanair. Number 4, EasyJet. So 2 that we know absolutely well. Followed by Frontier Airlines, AirAsia, Wizz Air, VietJet Air, Southwest Airlines, bringing up the 10. In terms of our local interests, beyond EasyJet and Ryanair, Norwegian came in 12th and Jet2 14th. Bearing in mind they look at data covering something like 385 airlines. Look at this, you take your eye off it. So we're going to finish with this departure team. That's how we're going to go out. That's the way we're doing it. Jim asks, have the Saudis purchased Newcastle yet? I don't think they have. If anyone knows with authority, say in the chat. I think that, let's take a picture of this, just quickly take one. They've got 49% or something like. I'd seen something in that direction. I did mean to look into it a bit more. Lovely jubbly. So what's moving at this end? Got Ryanair in the foreground. Oh, hang on a minute, let's have this one. Scotland's finest are on the move. Where might they be going? Can't tell. It's not showing on the... It's not transponding due to the age of their transponders, I think. Oh, sorry about that, team. I've just inadvertently activated a graphic, I see. Cold hands. Stornoway is where that Logan Air is heading. Yeah, Michelle, I caught the screen momentarily. It's supposed to be a double tap, but I must have inadvertently double tapped it. All gone. Found myself looking at the Star Alliance and not the Ryanair. Just taxiing along quite briskly. Somebody's got a date in Frankfurt, I'm thinking. Look at that windsock in the background. I was saying earlier in the show, windless day. No kidding. So let's get on to Scotland's finest, who are now centre stage. Oh, Raskas, loving that. Hurrying home for some currywurst. Class. That'd hit the spot beautifully with me at this exact minute. Look at that, 2 planes and trains. Tell you what, we'll stay with this rather than the Ryanair that's lining up. The Ryanair bound for Dublin. Ah, look at that Scotland's finest emoji lighting up the charts. Michelle Johnson, HGC, Yorkshire Biker, Simon E, Scottish Linda. Raskas flying the flag as well. Lovely stuff. Yeah, Yorkshire Biker. Definitely a lazy day for the windsock. In fact, to be fair, last Sunday was pretty windless too, which must mean the next show is almost nailed on to be a windy one. Rab, you've clicked the wrong button, haven't you? We take every complaint very seriously. Just click this button and then we'll disconnect you. I'll tell you what, as an aside, I'll have to tell the story properly another day, probably one for the next members social. Iberia, I could try complaining to Iberia. I've been dumped off with them more than once on the same complaint. You're on the phone for about half an hour and then they just kind of disconnect you because the call wait time is too long or something. Absolutely shabby. So we'll wait for this Ryanair blast off. That's what we'll do while we're at it. I think we'll do some shout out credits just to keep things slick. So during the show we celebrated Yvonne V's 11 months as a member of the channel and a great friend too. Akira Cat 13 Dreamweaver gifted a membership. Martin F gifted us 5 memberships. Brandon Wallace super chatted us. Yvonne V gifted 5 memberships. It was a great pleasure to welcome Keith Winning to the PSA Crew Lounge. Dopey Gorp gifted us 5 memberships. Hold that thought. Kofi donated us and gifted us another 2 memberships on top. Absolutely awesome. Right, I think I'll record this for the Facebook page. So yeah, Dopey Gorp, 5 gifties, Kofi, 2 more gifties. Scottish Linda very generously gifted us 2 memberships. Yorkshire Biker 5, and Michelle Johnson has just set the screen green. Times 5, which we'll do the fireworks for in a minute. God love you, Michelle. Thank you so much. Big hug. I'd have offered Yorkshire Biker and Dopey Gorp big hugs, but I think they would have declined. Sorry about that. Farewell. So let's do Michelle's fireworks. I think we can bring the show to a reasonably orderly close. Sorry I managed to put a graphic up on the screen again. Cable caught it that time. For some reason my screen is proving very sensitive today. So did I do Michelle's fireworks? I don't think I did. I think what we'll do, I think the action's actually just about to dry up anyway, so it's all working out quite neat, team. So we'll do this, I'll just go to camera and then we'll all go and do something else, shall we? Thanks for Ascast, 359 likes, beautiful stuff. You guys absolutely rock. 360. Well done, chat. Tell you what, let's do a quick burst of fireworks for the chat. God love you all. I think we'll probably cut the feed when this EasyJet goes up. I think you're right, Rob. 359 for the 350-900. Loving it. Right, tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to go to camera while that's pushing. Just say thank you and all that. Always nice to be able to put some FaceTime, certainly from my end anyway. Perhaps I better put my glasses on or I'm not going to be able to read my tablet. Let's have a look, see. There we go. Got myself roughly proportioned. Here we go. Chat's mucking me about now. Every time you move the tablet, it's kind of going from portrait to landscape. So thank you to everybody who watched the show. Thank you for joining us here at Edinburgh. Major shout out to the moderators team, Dopey Gorp, Rab H. We saw Les Donaldson before he shot off to the footy. Nell W. God love you. God love you all. Great team. Absolutely superb team. Threw up a few interesting things today, didn't it? Air France with their A318, and then we found they got a brand new A220 part over the back, so we've got to see both of those. It's just been mega fun. A couple of Star Alliance liveries, our favourite heavies and all that. Yeah, it's just been brilliant. So next action from Plain Sailing Aviation will be on, we think on Friday. We'll put it out in a community post. Do make sure you've got the notification bell selected, but we definitely will put advanced stuff out. That's how we roll here. And yeah, I look forward to seeing everybody next time out. I'm going to track out with the EasyJet that is just pushed and turned, and then I'll just cut the feed. We'll do it that way, I think. So I'm just going to go bottom up in the chat just before I clear off the right side of the camera. So yeah, Yorkshire Biker, Michelle Johnson, Scottish Linda, Rab, Mark Pride, HGC, God love you all. Been fantastic. Rascas, thank you so much for your help as well, keeping me up to score. And yeah, it's just been a cracking day, so I'll go the other way around now. And I look forward to seeing everybody on Friday. If something else catches our eye, we'll do something sooner, but Friday seems the best bet for Newcastle, to be honest, and look forward to being back here next Sunday. Oh, how did the poll finish? Can somebody just tell me how the poll finished? Which is just self-selected, I see. I think I've got a bit of a glitchy issue here, haven't I? I think it's because the screen has gone back to single click operation. Let's just change that. Oh, it says double. I don't think this is moving anytime soon, folks. So yeah, please do tell me on the poll. So Landor winning in the poll, but only just says Yorkshire Biker. Landor for the win, says Raskas. Smashing stuff. Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to pull the feed now because I don't think it sounds like it wants to move, but oh, we are moving. I'll stay with this for its departure. We've got something else inbound anyway, but show's officially finished. We'll call this one extra time. A little bit bouncy. I thought we'd have a quick look at that before we do the final plane, which is just about to line up now. Exactly as Jim 33 says, a bit of a bounce, so I thought I'm going to have to put the replay on it. So off to Fuerteventura is this baby. So it's farewell from me at Edinburgh. See you soon.